All right, there we are. Turn this camera around on me real quick now that I'm done my pizza. I have a quick chat. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Duck Pins Forever. This is the 1:30 shift, the final shift of this month's Duck Pin Pro Tour from Highland Bowl in Cheshire, Connecticut. Nick Lloyd, per usual. I'm going to let you know right now off the top, you will not be seeing me tomorrow morning. I decided to bowl well this morning. Shot a 1200. Going to be in by plenty. But we're going to hang out for the next 8 games. We are 16 games away from the star. 16 down. 16 to go. 32 in total. There's Jesus. The Suitland Jesus. This is a full shift. This is actually the fullest shift of them all. This is 18 lanes being used out of the 20. And we are going to be turning around, finishing out our scoreboard here. We have 4 bowlers at a time. First game here we have Evan Stevens, Mark Behrens, Michael Caro, and Bucky Poole. So a couple familiar faces to you Southerners. And Michael, no stranger to the Pro Tour. Northern bowler. A lot of Hall of Famers on this shift. A couple young bowlers. Rising stars. Veterans. Everything in between. So a nice mix. Should be a fun afternoon. I appreciate you all joining me. Hopefully we get up around 100 viewers again. We're at 23 right now. Thank you all for filtering back in. Hope you had a good lunch break for those that were watching this morning. This is 32. Hi, John. 32 full games of coverage this weekend. Starting with last night, we had 8 games last night, 8 games this morning. We're going to have another 8 right now. And then 5 games of match play tomorrow and 3 games of bracket. And then we will have a winner. Any questions you guys have at all about anything I say, duck pin bowling, the house, the Pro Tour, etc.? Anything duck pin bowling related, feel free to use our live chat. I will be answering questions from the chat throughout the entire broadcast. These aren't quite as formal as our Sunday broadcasts are, so this is a nice time for you guys to be able to connect with us at Duck Pins Forever, ask questions, and, join in community with other duck pin bowlers. All right. Hopefully you all can hear me okay. John Blaze is making sure that somebody at home can see him. We are covering lanes 9 and 10 to start this afternoon. After the first 5 games, the camera is going to move over to lane 7 and 8, and we'll stay there for games 6, 7, and 8. There will be 1 pair of lanes, which is the people currently on lanes 11 and 12. A couple names of note there is Wayne Matheson, Jace Napolitano, Richie Hipkins, all previous winners on the Pro Tour. They will be on the 1 pair that you guys cannot and will not see at home. We'll give you updates on their progress as we can. If you ever have any questions about scoring of bowlers that are not on camera, you can also put that in the live chat, and I will address that as soon as I can. I didn't do that.
Ready? Nice.
Yeah. All right, the red light's flashing does mean practice is over. Be ready to get started here with Evan Stevens and Michael Caro. I'm actually going to change it to Mike because that's what's on his shirt. So we'll be consistent. There we are, Mike Caro. That doesn't matter for the first round, or the first game here, but you'll see where I'm clicking on our scoreboard is the set column. So if Evan Stevens had 132 his first game, and then his first frame of his second game was 9, over in the total column, far right, you're going to see Evan's running total for all the current frames he has bowled. So that'll be something that we're going to be paying very, very close attention to come games 6, 7, and 8 as bowlers get closer and closer to the end and start to determine whether they're going to be in the cut or not. Top 24 move on to tomorrow. Again, this is the final round of qualifying. All right, with all that said, I think we're ready to get started. Mike Carroll going to kick off the afternoon broadcast on lane 10. He's going to get us started with a pocket 510. Evan Stevens rolls out of Parkville lanes. He starts out on the side. A pin falls late. Head pin falls late. We'll remind you that from the time the ball hits the pins, it is about 7.5 seconds until the pin setter comes down and picks up the standing pins. Once the pin table makes contact with any standing pins, the pins are declared dead, but a pin can fall after the red light. What a shot. A pin can fall after the red light comes on and count as long as the pin table does not touch it. Great start for Evan. First ball for Bucky Poole. It's going to be off the side. Mark Behrens is way off the side on his first delivery. If I could, a question audio check from those of you that are listening. If you can hear me okay, just let me know. I think so. All right. Lucky Poole cleaning up for a 10.
What have I done?
All right. Mike Carroll with a pocket 710 his second frame. He had a 510 last frame. Here's a spare fill for Evan in the pocket, and he leaves the 5. Elliot Arch, a familiar face on Duck Pins Forever broadcast. I hadn't seen you yet this weekend. Thanks for tuning in again. And thank you for your continued support. 2 for 2 to start the afternoon for Evan Stevens, 29 plus. Mark Behrens and Bucky Poole. Mark Behrens is one of the co-operators of the Pinland bowling lanes, Dundalk Avenue, in Baltimore. Three, 9, 10 from Mark. Here's Bucky. Zigzag for Bucky. Call that shot the zigzag. So if you look at it from up top and you draw a line from the pins left to right, there's 5, 9, 6, 10, and it makes a zigzag shape. A very difficult shot to convert. Bucky made a nice attempt at it. And Mark Behrens with an 8 box. Bucky looking for 2 10s to start, and that's what he'll get. Nice ball for Mike, solid 5. Six off the side for Evan, leaves the 1-3-4-7. A nice spare for Mike. Evan, a familiar face also on the Pop Witten Pro Tour. Makes a decent amount of Sunday cuts. Lucky Pool, solid 5. $10 for Evan. Wayne Matheson off to our right, that pair that won't get any camera coverage. He has started out with a triple. Mark Barron's in the third. He's on the head pin. He's in the pocket. And how about all of them? We'll cue that up for a replay. Watch that ball glide into the 1-3. Drive straight back. 10-pin last to fall. Good frame for the pair there. No pins dropped. 10 box strike and 2 spares. Here's Evan. Evan, the only one not to mark last frame. He's high and tight this time. And leaves the 4-pin. Here's Mike on the spare. Slamming 9 down. Four pin for Evan, 7-pin for Mike. Out wide right for Evan. Oh, wide left for Mike. Evan wide right again, 9 out with 54. Mike will clean up for 10, 48. All right, now 2 mark fills coming up here. We got strike fill for Mark Barron, spare fill for Bucky Poole. His 4th frame for Bucky Poole, working on the spare. Left of the head pin, decent count. And a makeable shot. It's the middle of the lane baby split, the 3-8. Mark Barron's very light on the pocket. A 4-5-7-10 split. Bucky tried to go 2 walls to make that, didn't quite get it there. $8 box for Mark Barron's. $10 for Bucky Poole. And off to the 5th frame here. No big scores yet. Other than off to our right with Wayne Matheson. Wayne Matheson actually 888 spare to start. Strike for Evan Stevens. Last pin to fall, the 3-pin off the lip. Middle rip from Mike. Yeah, open frame for Mike. Here's Mark. Mark struck over this lane last time. This is only Mark so far.
Good ball in there. Great ball.
Yeah, flip that on.
Nick Lloyd is joined by Colby D'Antonis here. If you couldn't see that, Wayne Madison on lane 11 started out
Struck again.
triple, 8 make it, strike.
Wow. Going to be going for high game pool, highest game, 200 all at once. And right off the bat, too. It's a dream start.
It's a good start. Dave Wander's right in front of us right now. The new tour president. My bad, tour director. I can't spell that. Good news is Dave Wander will not be in the way because he is only 4'8".
Which way?
He's 63 inches tall.
I can't math, so I don't know how tall that is.
That is 5'3".
5'3", and he's giving himself a couple inches there.
That's with shoes on.
That's it. Also, we'll pan away from the bowlers real quick, but we'll talk about Nick Lloyd real quick with a very solid 1,200 even today.
I did it.
He was not alternate, unless somehow obviously there's always a chance that Nick could be alternate, but he bowled very well today.
I'll tell you what, if we get 20 1200s out of this shift, good for them.
If I was watching him throw some balls today, and he threw the ball very well. I was proud of him and happy for him that he bowled. Evan with a great ball. Wow.
You know how I knew I was in for a good day? My very first frame, I hit the 4-7 pocket on the first ball. I left the 1-2-3 triangle with the 9-10. I hit the 1-3-9. Headpin went off the wall, hit the 2, slid over, hit the 10. That's how I knew I was in for a good day. I made 3 5-pinners in the first game and shot 161.
Evan going for the 5-7. Ooh, good try.
You notice you can get a lot of bounce backs off the cushions here?
Yes, very.
Almost too many sometimes.
Yeah. Evan with not a terrible first half, 73. Nothing to be
It's on pace. Basically, you need to be on a 141 per game pace here to be safe. That puts you at 1128.
Yep, that's going to be right around the number. All right, Evan, 82 in the 6. Let me tell you guys something real quick about Evan. Great guy. I love that guy. He is one of the nicest people you will ever meet. Great bowler. He just got back into it, and Bucky with a good try. Evan just got back into bowling, and he will be good. He will be good for a while. As long as he stays with it.
He typically bowls out of Parkville, right?
No, I think he's like
Evan, what house do you bowl out of?
Walker.
Sorry, Walkersville.
Down area.
Oh, my house.
I've been subbing for Allison for like the last 7 or 8 months.
You know, I should probably know that. He bowls in the house that pays my paycheck.
Yeah.
Because this doesn't pay anything. And by anything, I mean nothing.
Yeah. The only thing this pays for is Nick Lloyd's Taco Bell meal, which is honestly...
Actually, not even that.
Yeah, not even that.
If I was here for the money, I'd be here for the wrong reasons, though.
Oh. What was that?
I'm gonna step up here again.
Oh, good ball in there again. Oh my! You
You
can
how you
tell.
like that.
Great ball in there. Gave it a little fist pump action. Let's see if
So-
we can cover it up. Mike Harlan maybe going for a double here. Oh, looks good. Oh,
So where's Mike Bo at? You know,
I think he's up here.
Yeah.
Johnson's or maybe here.
Central Connecticut.
Yeah. We'll go with either Johnson's or Highland. That'll be Mike Steiner Jr. over there on lane 8 supporting Eminem haircut. Evan Stevens covers up the 10 pin.
We'll see it next game.
Mike, oh wow. Got a little bounce back there.
Take a look again.
Yeah.
The old Suitland cushion.
Wow. All right. Needs to get that set back up.
I might want to mention that to Jesus. Let him know he's not the only one with a ball bouncing cushion.
Yeah. And Richie Hipkins, the better Hipkins, that was to you, Bernie, if you're watching wherever you're at.
I thought
down there
Stephanie
on
was the better
vacation. Yeah, Julie might be the better Hipkins. But Richie with a absolute grenade down there, Messenger's 7 pin.
Why have we not seen a bowling match of the wives?
I know. We need to get one then.
Richie, request. Can Duck Pins Forever see a bowling match of the Hipkins wives? I think that would be good for TV. Yeah. What do you think? A live televised duck pin bowling match of you against Julie.
And Billy Thomas just walked by.
Proud husband moment as Stephanie said, yeah, bring it on.
Yes.
They'll be in Hagerstown practicing for weeks.
I can't spell Hagerstown, but I've been there before.
Do you like it?
Yeah, sure.
So, in regards to this house, though, as someone who shot well today, and I'll get an opinion other than my own, what would you say if you're going to come bowl at Highland Bowl? What's your scouting report on what you need to do to be successful here?
My scouting report would be, obviously, no matter where you're at, what bowling alley, don't matter. You got to throw the ball good. You got to get it to roll. And this place, if you can keep the pins on the deck, and you get that ball to roll, you get it to go forward and not slide down the lane with the wood lanes and a little bit of order on it. You got to get that ball to roll forward. And you will mix pins up, make your spare breaks. Obviously, I mean, that's everywhere now. Make your spare breaks. But
So, my secret sauce, I can say this now that I already made the cut, and it worked, was I did a little bit of refinishing to some of my bowling equipment Thursday night before we made the trip up here, knowing that I was expecting to throw my soft roll,
okay.
because that is a softer ball that can dig in on this slicker wooden surface. And that ball had to drive through the pocket that I wasn't sure if I was going to get from another ball.
Evan with a pan off from Nick Lloyd real quick, but Evan Stevens with a grenade in there for a strike 20 count. Now has 112 plus in the 8th. This guy's, I'm telling you, this guy's going to be good. He is going to be good.
But,
So, yeah, we'll go back to Nick Lloyd real
so
quick.
I think that the getting the ball to roll, which I did I always get the ball down early anyway, by changing the equipment after throwing a softer rubber ball. But I do think there's an incentive here to get the ball down into the lane.
Yes.
Not tossing it out.
You have to either get it down early or you got to get it out far enough to where you miss the first half of the lane with some of that wood on the front half of the lane from the arrows back is a little beat up from being here forever. So sometimes you get them bad bounces. Sometimes they work in your favor, sometimes they don't.
Oh,
You get that on wood lanes everywhere. It's not just here, it's everywhere. The more wood lanes and Hockey with a phenomenal ball in there. Really needed that.
I have a fun fact in the chat that Evan is Bucky's nephew.
Really? I did not know that. Mike with a good ball in there, just a little full. Let's see if Evan can throw another great ball in there for a double. Really set this game up a little bit.
3 chances for a double here.
Yep.
And you have to catch a double or triple at some point.
Just got that out just a little bit. Still counting though. See if you can bring it back
It's
here.
very hard to put up big numbers if you never throw a double.
Yes.
I can tell you, I was alternate at Mount Airy 2 years ago, averaged almost 142 for 8 games and never doubled.
And you know how everybody back home knows Nick Lloyd and his alternates. Evan with a good ball in there, and he makes it.
Indeed.
Hey, that first ball may not have been great, but it all looks good on that scoreboard.
How do you put it on the first ball? The first ball in that spot, it's probably a double.
It is that's a 20 count no matter what you look at. And Evan has 132 plus in the 9th.
Good start.
Good count, Mark. Good count. He can get into the 160s here and really have a good start to his tournament.
A full 10th frame is a 160 game. 9 spare 9 would be 160.
Yep. A great start to a tournament.
I'm good for now.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Richie with the little backdoor steal. What's that brother? Oh, Mark Barron's going for a double. Oh, great ball in there for the 10 pin. We got a couple.
That would suck.
Barron's got a 10 pin. 10 pin to shoot at here for spares. It was a great ball in the first ball. A couple pins mixing. Just didn't get there. And right in the face.
You see that ball kind of just slides right over.
Yep. And sad to report this, but Wayne Lipka threw his back out this morning, and he is unable to bowl. He was unable to throw a ball today. He threw a couple balls in practice, and he could not. He couldn't do it. So sad to report that he could not bowl this afternoon, but
We'll blame it on like a Sherman back contusion or something.
yeah, we'll blame it on
He
something.
fell off the catwalk, got hit by a fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
The true Duck Pin Forever fans know about the Pinland fire extinguisher. All right. Lucky pull, slow start to the game, but a strike in the 8th and turn into a double 8th and 9th if he catches another strike here.
Really saved the game here. It's all about, even if you start out bad.
In this game right here, if you're Bucky Poole, you want to save like 125 right now.
Right. You want to get at least.
If you get anything better than that, it's a bonus.
Yep. In this tournament, same with the Pop Witten. You got to contain those bad frames, those bad games. You got to save them. If you start out with 50-something in the 5th or 6th, get a couple marks to finish the game at 120, 130, and okay, you had 120 or 130, but it could have been a lot worse.
For example, off to our right, you have like Richie Hipkins with 102 in the 8th. That's like you want to try to get to 140.
Right. 2 marks on the end, get to 140. Okay.
Lucky with the double. Oh, yeah.
With a great ball in there for a double.
And Lucky with the double on the TV. By the way, one of the best jerseys and mustaches in duck pin bowling.
Yes.
Lucky Poole.
For the young girl running, poultry running.
She gave her 10.
No, you did.
Strike for Evan Stevens. That was on a spare, another $20. Here's your replay.
Evan Stevens, I told you guys, telling you, he's a great guy. He is going to be very good. He's going to make that jump. It's all about making that jump. If you're a lower average bowler and you just started bowling, always make them jumps. It's 3-4 pins a year. 3-4 pins a year, and it'll help you in every.
I do maintain, though, that the hardest 10-pin jump in duck pin bowling is from 120 to 130.
Yes.
I think that is the hardest jump to make because at 130 you have to make spares.
Yep.
Sure, you'll throw doubles and triples sometimes, but at 130 average, you have to make spares. You can average 123 and be a terrible spare shooter.
Yep.
Because you'll catch one or two spares a game, and you might throw some strikes, and you'll shoot your 120 game. But what I will say, if you're 100 average and you want to get to 110, third ball. Yep. The difference between a 100 average bowler and a 110 average is basically just on the third ball. Speaking of third ball, Mike's third ball, 8. Saves a 123.
Not terrible start. Could be worse.
Nope. Now Evan gonna step up and go for a double.
Oh, hold it, just left it out there just a little bit, but gets a good break. Already at 160. Got a chance to get to 161, 162.
And to quote Becky Lloyd, you want buffer. You need buffer. So
yeah.
Much buffer as you can build up right now, the better. Brian, that's a good question. I'm not going to seek the answer for, but a good question.
Okay. I will not say what happened there.
What matters is that it was a 160 for Evan Stevens.
Evan Stevens with a very good start to his tournament.
This is a big ball for Bucky here. A full count mark can get him into the 140s. Or a triple. Just leaked it a little bit.
That's half of them. That's 25 Phil.
Gives him 121 before he throws another ball. So a spare here at a full count can give him 140.
Yep. Mark Barron's turning in there. Great ball for the 5-pin. 119 in the 9. Barron's can save this game with a spare here.
Bucky, the hard pin's the 5 and a tug job. Oops.
If you look at lane 12, Wayne Matheson, 156
plus in the 9. He has 2 more strikes.
Oh, great ball in there. Ooh.
Almost.
All right. He's already in the 170s without a mark here.
10 for Bucky Pool.
Still saved the game, 128. If he got in the 128 pool, he saved the 128 pool.
I'm going to have to fix that cell in a minute. I messed up the formatting.
Barron's 128.
All right. There's our first game. Take a look at the scores. David Hughes will be over in a minute to get our standings camera up and running again, and that will show you live standings as the squad progresses. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, too. We'll be right back.
I shoot my spares good. Not this time. Missed 3 7-pin out of 4. Oh, probably about 20 some pins. I would have done 50. So how did the first ball? Figure that out. How'd you go to my bigger ball? Alright, is that it?
All right, everybody, welcome back to Game 2. In actuality, Game 18 of our 32 games of coverage this weekend on Duck Pins Forever. Waiting on a mechanical issue to be sorted out with Lane 10, a stuck ball. But it looks like we are going to be ready to bowl now. In Game 2, it's going to be Mike Steiner Jr. leading off on Lane 10. His father, Steiner Sr., is on Lane 9. He'll be bowling second. Mike Steiner Jr. starting out with a 141 his first game, which is the high score on the pair. Eric Barnes with 120, Mike Steiner Sr. with 125, and Steve Dreyer with a disappointing 112. But Steve, a good first pitch on television. Starts out with a 10-pin. Steiner Jr. the 1-3. And he's got it. Going well. Colby actually called a good game. And you want to set the standings camera up?
No, I don't have to.
Okay.
I got 100 even.
That's a round number. Only 1,025 more to go. I had 1025 for 7. You can do it.
I'm just going to fly back. It's great. 3, 4, yeah.
Yeah, open frame for Steve Dreyer. Missed the single. Takes a 10 box. Now, Eric Barnes off the corner on his first ball. Just the 5-6-10 taken out. And does not convert. Here's Steiner Sr. in the pocket. Leaves the 10-pin. Steiner Sr. missing as well. Rob Hanley, once again, with the donation. Thank you, Rob, for your support of Duck Pins Forever. If you want to know how Rob did that, which you should want to know how Rob did that, you check out the bottom left corner of the screen. You click on our Ko-Fi link. That's that coffee cup with a heart in it. It'll dance and wave at you. Click on that link. That is how you can make a donation to Duck Pins Forever, or, as Mike Steiner Jr., 20 boxes, or you can become a Duck Pins Forever member That starts at $5 a month, but what you really need, you need the Pro membership. The Pro membership is $10 a month, and that gets you access to the Duck Pins Forever archives, which are never before seen, rarely seen, or never seen in this quality, remastered tapes of Duck Pin shows from the days gone by. That starts in the early 80s and all the way up into the early 90s. They are the original studio master tapes, which are then digitized on equipment we purchased that gives you a digitized viewing experience that you cannot compare to a VHS recording. It's a much higher quality, studio quality. So you can check that out. That is just $10 a month. That's how you can support Duck Pins Forever. We want to thank all of our members, by the way. Our travel expenses for this weekend and our ability to broadcast this whole weekend is thanks to our members. This whole broadcast travel cost was paid for by you, the members, and you, the donors. So we are extremely thankful for your support, and we want to be able to do these northern events too. They are a little more time-consuming, a little more expensive, but it is a full weekend of coverage, and we enjoy it. And we're hoping you enjoy it too. Almost a double there for Steiner Jr. Leaves a 5.
3 on through the middle, 3 out. Wrap it up, call it a day. Yeah.
No, you're not. Steiner Jr. for another mark. No. Counts 9. Steve Dreyer, a tough shot here, the 1-3-7-10. Probably want to catch the right side of the head pin. Although a little bit fuller than that. Pins dance all around. Leaves the 7-10. Oh, and by the way, now that I see Rob Hanley's comment just coming in, if you become a Duck Pins Forever member, you also get your name in a different color in the chat, and you get a little star next to your name to show people how cool you are. So do it. Just do it. A light hit for Eric Barnes leaves the zigzag extended, or as David would call it, the Walkersville. 4, 5, 7, 8, 10. Steve Steiner Sr. off the side. For 7. Once again, for those just joining us, if you got any questions about how people were bowling, any questions about duck pins, anything you think I can answer for you, or any conversations worth having regarding duck pins, put them in the chat. I'd be more than happy to cover them. Steiner Jr. through the middle. Have yet to have our Dave Jones conversion. He has the Dave Jones there, except there's an additional pin in back the 8. The Dave Jones is the 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. If anybody converts that for a spare on a live Duck Pins Forever broadcast, they win a free t-shirt from sparebreak.com, courtesy of Duck Pins Forever. Five pin for Steve Dreyer, and you don't expect Steve to miss those, and he didn't. 20 pins he might struggle with sometimes. 5 pin, he ain't missing that. Yay, Dave. Folks, I'll be tuning out for a second. Give me a sec. Maybe? Okay. Thank you. You can go bowl now. Thank you. Alright. We're trying to get our... Sorry, guys. We're back. We're trying to get our standings camera functional, and it is not cooperating. So we are going to do without it for now, but I'm going to keep using this expected pace right here at the bottom of the screen. Expected pace after 2 games is 281. And now you can give me a second to get caught up on the scoreboard.
There you go, Steve.
3-6 for Steve Dryer. Good ball for Steiner Jr. Solid 5. That was for a double. Spare for Steve. Steiner Jr. looking to join Steve in the mark column. He does. $20 for Steiner Jr. 77.5. He is on pace so far. Steiner Sr. with a sweet pitch. That is strike on spare 74.5. Eric Barnes, he's on the head pin and through the middle for the 5. Center Jr. on the right lane. This is 7th frame, filling the spare. Pocket 5-7. Ken, thank you very much. I'm very pleased with how that went. Soft roll was just what the doctor ordered.
Ball slipping out of your hand. Steve, ball slipping out of your hand.
The 10 box for Eric. 59 in the 6th. Tough start for this game. Wow, nice 10 for Steiner Jr. 105. Here's Steve. Steve, a slow start to this one. 59 plus in the 6th. He did have one mark in the 4th, but he filled it with 2. Let's see if his fill is better than that on this one. A lot better. About as better as it can be. A very high and tight 1-3 hit. The last to fall, the 7 and 9. Strike nonetheless. Wait. Wrong button. There we are.
Trying that. Shouldn't have to pair it. It's already paired. It already showed up. And the problem is it keeps trying to connect to that. It's shutting the stream. Try one last time.
Just let it sit here, or I'll scan the code.
Scan it. I'm done. I've had my fun.
Okay. Jim, you know, I've had the thought about reactive resin duck pin balls. I don't know, Jim, if they would have enough time to do what we would want them to do because they're being thrown so fast.
Right on it, Steve.
Steiner Jr. 8th frame. Off the side, almost strikes. Leaves the 9 pin. Steve Dreyer a 10 pin. Shooting this for his spare. Got it. 99 plus in the 8th for Steve. To the middle for Steiner Sr. Nice try. Mike Sr. will take a 9. Eric Barnes at the full rack. Can't get it going quite this game. He's pocket 7-8, and he's got 69 in the 7. Oh, got a pocket 9-10 for Steiner Jr.
Too much ball.
Steiner Jr. nearly making that off the cushion. Eric Barnes a 9, 78. Ten for Steiner Jr., 124 in the 9th. Here's the 9th frame for Steve Dreyer. He's working on a spare. And Steve will go off the side for 5. Leaves the 1, 2, 7, 8, 10. 104 through the 8th. Strike for Eric Barnes. All right. Steve Dreyer, 5 on and 7 out. 111 through 9. Bit of a low-scoring game here, no big numbers. Steiner Jr. doing okay, but needs a mark in the 10th to hit the pace. Mike Steiner Sr., pocket 9-10 on that ball. Almost made it. Nine out for Steiner Sr., 120 through the 9th. A deuce for Steve Dreyer. He is far behind the pace at the moment, as well as Eric Barnes. Steiner Jr., the only one near it, needs a mark in the 10th to be over the pace. Open frame for Steiner Jr. And Steve a 9. Shoots 120. Total of 232. Steiner Jr. finishes with 210 boxes, a 134 game, 275 total, which is 6 pins behind the expected pace. right around 11:23, 11:25 is what we're looking at as an expected cut, which means 140 or 141 each game. Steiner Sr. off the side leaves the double baby split, 2-7-9. Eric Barnes looking to salvage this game. 88 plus in the ninth. And he doubles. And much needed double for Eric Barnes. Well, Steiner Sr. called that one for you. A little disappointed in the result of that one. Oh, Ken looking to sneak into the Nickeloid alternate position. Ken, what did you shoot, bud? All right. Eric finishing out 7. So some work to do for this pair. Dreyer at 232, Steiner Sr. 255, Steiner Jr. 275, and Barnes 241. Our expected pace through 2 is 281. So some work to do for all 4 of these gentlemen. As they move to the upper end of the house, going to take a quick pause, and we'll be right back with Game 3. I should be back now. There we go. Dan, hopefully you can hear me better now. We're now in Game 3. Expected pace after Game 3, 422. Alright. Like losing internet. It went out and came back. Keeps coming back. It'll be a little glitchy on their end. Some better totals on this pair than we had on the pair previous. Where does Josh Cullen bowl out of?
Bowls out of Rhode Island. Not real sure.
So this is an all northern pair, including Canada.
Canada via New Jersey.
Via New Jersey. What does that mean?
He lives in New Jersey.
Oh, he does. Okay. Well, normally for duckpin bowlers, New Jersey is just the state we drive through to get to a tournament. So, nice that we've got some representation in New Jersey. Dash off the side for 8. Ryan, a deuce on his spare. A nice recovery ball. Spare for Josh. 10 for Kyle. Sorry, Ryan. All right. Phil Caffarella bowls out of North Chelmsford in Massachusetts. In fact, his bowling coach / biggest fan / owner of his bowling center he bowls at, Ronald Hennessy, is in the building. Kyle Shaw through the middle. Kyle carried a sensational 151 average here at Highland Bowl this year in the Wednesday Night League, which to my knowledge may be the only 150 average outside of Maryland for this season.
The only other ones I can think of is Mark Knight and Bakersfield on Thursday night.
Outside of Baltimore?
Maybe in a Southern Bowl, I believe that Matt
Anastasia?
Anastasia, I believe, was over 50 on Monday night. Baseball was, I believe, Matt Walker.
Yep, John Green on the same team. Is Colby over 150?
He is close. I think he's upper 140s, maybe 49. Very close.
Nice ball for Ryan there. Solid 10. Josh, no stranger to duck pins forever. He had I'm going to misquote, I think a 225 game on duck pins forever when he bowled qualifying at Johnson's last season, featuring I think 5 strikes in a row. You super duck pins forever super fans or historians or whatever could tell me the exact score, but I think it was 225. Spare for Ryan. 6 on for Josh, shooting a washout. Nice attempt. Josh, a 274 total. Expected pace after 2 was 281, so just about a mark behind. Thank you, Jeff Perot. I knew someone was going to come through. Jeff Perot with a 220, Josh Collin with a 223 when he bowled at Johnson's, and Colby D'Antonis averaging 149.90 right now at Dundalk on Monday nights. That comes from Rob Hanley.
I'm handling.
We're always being fact checked here at Duck Pins Forever. We appreciate it.
In his own regard.
Yes. The innovator of the woo. Another middle rip for Kyle. That's 2 in a row, and he missed a single in the first frame. Phil spraying him around. 3-9. Phil, one of the high averages at North Chelmsford, I believe in the mid to upper 120s. There are a lot of duck pin bowlers that throw a curveball. So that's a hard question to answer because of what we might define curveball as. Are there a lot of bowlers that throw side rotation on their ball? Yes. But as far as a curve goes, Josh Cullen just spun the ball, and he strikes. He did spin the ball, but it doesn't exactly curve. The idea of rotating the ball in duck pin is to generate movement of the pins. That tends to help you generate better scores on your first ball. What is this count? I missed it.
9 count spare.
Thank you.
With a 1-5 clean. Solid.
And you know, that sound never gets any better. It never sounds good, and it never will.
Similar to the 5 pin game, it sounds even
When you get H,
when you get an H in 5 pin.
at least there it's a little more of a deadening sound. This is a crunch.
You're looking for a little action off the at least a 4 or 5 game.
Kyle running into some trouble here. Has gone
3 red ones in a row.
after a missed single. That's tough. But Kyle could bring this game back. He's known to bring these back and shoot 145 like it never even happened. $9 for Kyle, 7 for Phil. So, high score right now on the pair through boxes scored is Kyle Shaw. He had 287 for his first 2. He's at 325. No, I'm wrong. He had 278. There we go. Sorry. High is actually Josh Cullen, 319. There we go. I had my scoreboard wrong.
Brandon Company spent $500 to hand a blackjack loss, so.
Ryan with 8 off the side. Yeah.
Josh Cullen, solid 5.
He's 5.
Ryan looking to push back. He does.
Picks it up.
Nice shot. That one, yep.
Ryan with the conversion. Now you got Josh converting the 5 pin for a 20 box. 10 pin fill. 65 plus in the 5th.
And between Kyle and Phil, we've got a no-hitter going, so we need some marks. Another rip. That's 4 splits in a row for Kyle.
Phil with 7 off the side.
So, see a couple comments talking about just where your hand, the position of your hand and position of your wrist and all that. We're talking on social media the other day about famous quotes of Joe Rainier, and I believe one of his sayings was, 90% of duck pin bowling is between the ears.
That's very much the truth.
If you don't have a good focus and a level head, it is be very difficult to succeed, especially at the highest levels.
Phil holds 10.
So, high on the pair still, Josh Cullen. He's at 65 plus this game. 339 so far. Watch out.
Ryan Town with lucky 9 off the side leaves the head pin.
So Ryan originally a 5-pin bowler, for those who don't know, and he's picked up our game.
Ryan is an accomplished 5-pin bowler. He's got a few victories. We got dueling head pins up there as Josh leaves the head pin too.
See if he can find it.
And picks it up. 88 plus in the 6th.
It's one of those breaks you never try to leave these, but you definitely expect to make them when you do.
Well, you definitely have to take advantage, as Josh, you see, didn't. Hopefully he can hold this one for his wood.
And that is, in these events, these 8-game events, it's not even about how many strikes can you throw, it's how many, can you limit your mistakes on makeable shots.
Josh holds 10.
Picking up your 10s, not leaving 4 pins standing at the end of a frame. Third ball can decide if you're in or out of the cut. I would know. All right, Kyle Shaw.
Oh, and another split.
This one's a little more makeable. A double baby split.
Yes, the conversion rate is a little higher on this than the other splits. Phil up trying to hold wood here. He's got 7 showing. And Kyle with the pickup.
Gets him to 58 plus in the 6th. Still got some work to do to pull this game out.
Phil with a good 10 pickup. Good shot. Ryan up in the 7th, 88 plus in the 6th. Have a great ball for a 10 count.
Strike replay on that one. 5 off the wall. 6 off the side for Josh.
Josh leaving the 1, 2, 4, 10. Tricky little conversion here. Oh, unlucky there. 2-4. He hit it pretty good. Leaving the 10 pin.
Oh, that's a good point. Didn't Ryan's last name change? And he hasn't gotten a shirt yet.
He hasn't gotten a shirt yet. It was actually Ryan Warren.
Yeah, that's just his maiden name.
Who was our high qualifier at the Pinland event.
Same Ryan Warren?
Yes, Ryan Warren is his actual name at this point in time.
My bad. I forgot about that. I had Cohen. That was what was on his shirt.
Yes.
Kyle Shaw, everybody.
Kyle with a 10 fill. Nice ball.
We'll take a look again. 1-2 pocket, 5 off the wall.
Phil leaving the 4, 5, 7, 8. Which in duck pins would be a split.
How do you shoot this? 4-pin off the wall?
There's a number of ways to shoot it. I like to shoot it to shoot the right side of the 4 pin, and hopefully the pin comes off the wall and takes out the 5.
Which is exactly how Phil shot it. He actually executed the hard part, which is getting the 4 to come off the wall and the 5, and he missed the 7.
The hardest one to pick up in that is the 5 pin, and he made the 5 pin but didn't carry the 7.
Oh.
Ryan Warren up.
Todd Warren in chat saying that he does need a new shirt. I would put that on his birthday list, Christmas list, something like that.
Birthday, yeah, you know.
Anniversary.
Anniversary, that works too.
Ryan's. Oh, he is actually Ryan Warren on the scoreboard. I hadn't noticed that.
Yes, he is Ryan Warren,
yes.
but he's wearing Ryan Cowan's shirt. The brother to a one-time tour winner, John Cowan, who won at Greenmount last year.
Most Pro Tour bowlers are people that watch the Pro Tour aren't going to forget that one for a while. That was a pretty Herculean performance from Josh. A guy that had never bowled this game comes down with a dice ball and destroyed us.
Kind of funny you say the dice ball. I told him that the dice balls really don't work in this game. And he pulls them out of the bag and throws a triple and says, oh, they don't work. Ryan with a tough first ball. He chops 2. Second ball count. He gets a 7 load, leaving the 1-6-10.
Ellie Arch, if you're looking for an introduction for who's sitting next to me, that is Pro Tour Hall of Famer Walt Brooks.
Josh put a 9 box, 102 in the 8.
Oh, through the hole.
Ryan with a 7 box, giving him 122 in the 8.
Which is an okay spot to be in. His total isn't great for 2, it's only 242, but with 2 marks here, you can shoot 160 and get back up close to the pace. 2 160 games, and Ryan will be right on the pace. Here's Phil. Phil off the side. This could be a tough shot. Bread line right side, plus the 7 pin. And for me, the tough pin on the shot
with a double header. Great pitch.
What did I tell you about? What did I tell you about Kyle Shaw coming back?
Kyle is as tough as they come.
That ball was
Get my bag.
close to perfection. Open frame for Phil. Phil actually on a no-hitter through 8.
Phil leaves the 10 pin. Tough pickup. He picked up the 7 on that shot. Tough to carry a ball. Ten.
Yes. Kyle Shaw, anytime he needs it, is what they're saying in the chat. The strikes on demand. But I told you he was going to turn this game around like it never even happened. That he was in no marks through 5.
Ryan with a setup ball in the 9th box throws a strike.
That's one of the 2 marks he needs to get to that 160 level.
There you go.
Extremely light.
Josh leaves the 10 pin on a late pitch.
That's why I use it there. I use these from the surface.
Josh shooting the 10.
Oh, it just rolls off. Billy Thomas walking by.
If I clip it to my shirt, it goes perfectly on top of
Does
us.
it sound like your ears popping?
Yeah.
One-time Pro Tour winner Billy Thomas.
My stars.
We got 10 from Josh Cullen, 112 in the 9th.
112, where'd I mess up?
He's 112 in the 9th.
10. I gave him 9.
He got a $10. Kyle Shaw for the triple bid.
I have a funny feeling he's getting it. I have a funny feeling it's on the head pin at least.
Yeah, triple. Great ball. See that instant replay.
Well, I've been sitting back here long enough now doing these broadcasts that you kind of just get a feeling when the guy's going to drop it in there again. And it's just as perfect as the last one.
Phil's still on the struggle bus here with a 2 off the side.
Take it out.
Oh, he chases in the hole.
You'll also see, too, with Kyle, whenever he's in a bracket situation, a pressure situation, rock solid under pressure. Like, you'll watch his release. His approach does not change a bit, even in a pressure situation. When he's going for a big game, if he needs a mark to win, if he's on a double, doesn't matter.
Phil gets an 8 box. We give him 83 in the 9th. Kyle's a pretty amazing bowler in the years that he's been on the tour. He's very consistent.
He's had a couple close calls on Duck Pins Forever, but yet to win a star on Duck Pins Forever.
Ryan with a 9 drop. He leaves a 10 pin.
And Spare can give Ryan a chance at that 160 level. Josh Cullen.
Little
Tough break in the 10th.
5-7 lead. Ryan with the pickup.
Turned his back on it. He kind of knew he had it. I always watch it until it hits the pins. I can never be too sure.
Okay. Ryan's 152 plus with the ball.
8 gets him to 160, and 6 gets him to 400. So put him about 2 marks behind. 7
load.
159.
59. Josh Cullen with a 10 box for 122. 396 for his first 3. Phil in the 10th, he's up trying to break up this no-hitter going into the 10th frame.
And can catch 17 in the 10th to get to triple digits. Mix it up there. Hey, ding ding.
Strike from Phil.
In the bottom of the 10th.
Kyle Shaw up working on a triple, 128 plus.
We'll switch back quickly. See if he gets the 4-bagger. Yeah, it's just incredible.
4-timer.
And just as a little slower on the rack, just as good as the last 2. That is just rock solid in the 1-3. And a guy who had 48 in the 5th is now 148 plus in the 9th.
Phil saws out to 1-5. Little unlucky pitch there. He's got to do a little work to get to 100 here.
Just for what it's worth, Kyle can max this out at 188. And if he does, I'll tell you, well, it might be one of the best 188 games I've ever seen.
Phil.
All right, got 7. 100 even.
Getting to 100 even.
Kyle for 5.
And Kyle leaves
310.
the 310. Baby split.
Already at 166, can shoot 168. Would be a 1. Sorry, can shoot 176. And that's what he will shoot.
That's a pick.
That is a 128-second half for Kyle Shaw.
That's a wonderful finish.
Probably one of the better 176 games I've seen. That is pretty fantastic. Miss single in the first, 4 splits, then he converts the split in the 6th frame, throws a 4-bagger, and then converts the baby split in the 11th to shoot 176, and get his total to 454. That is an impressive game of duckpin bowling right there. All right, I'll take a quick pause on my microphone as we wait for the folks to our left to wrap up. I have a couple of Rhode Islanders coming onto the camera now. We'll be right back.
And 4 off the side.
This is an all Rhode Island player, I believe. Cameron Jackson, also from Rhode Island.
Yes, Zachary Simonelli and Kyle Holton is leading the pair with 403 for 3.
All of them with some work to do.
Yes. And Jimmy leads to 5-7 for another 4. Jimmy will be inducted into the Hall of Fame next month. The Hagerstown stop.
So, my Pro Tour story with Jimmy is that he made the championship match at Highland in 2022, but unfortunately that day he bowled 2022 Matt Kruger, who was on the middle of an unstoppable tear, and he shot 180 something in the final match against Jimmy Mulvihill and kind of mowed him down.
Yes, Matt Kruger is a special talent when it comes to duckpin bowling. he amassed quite a few victories in a short period of time in between the Pro Tour and
And the Pop Whitney.
Bob Whitten.
We figured out, I think I figured out that from just first place victories alone, he had won about $10,000 in a year.
Yes, which is in this game, if anybody
massive
follows,
amount of money.
it's a massive amount of money.
And that's without him winning any of the large sponsored events that had a $4,000 prize or whatever.
Yes,
That was a lot of 1,500s and 2,200s, and yeah, he had about an 18-month period there where it seemed like he was the guy to beat, and he was unstoppable, and just continued to push scores higher and higher every time he came on TV.
yes, he did. In this game, when you talk about being locked in a zone, that is like one of the unprecedented runs.
Oh yeah,
that he had.
there. So we had asked the question at the time, when he was in that kind of a streak. At the present time in the sports world, name any athlete who is in more dominant form at the time than Matt Kruger was.
Well, there's been a few in our sport. Bernie's went at it at a good clip at times, where he's won quite a few events. I can honestly say for myself, I had a stretch where I won $15,000 in about 5 months, which is a lot of money.
In
the duck pin game. But this is a great sport with a lot of camaraderie, friendships.
You're not doing this for the supplemental income.
This is purely for the love of the game. You don't bowl this to get rich. You don't bowl this as a profession. There's quite a few bowlers in this that if it was like the 10-pin game, they could bowl it as a job, but it's not.
Yeah, I'm sure if that opportunity was out there for us, it's not that we wouldn't take it.
Yes.
We'll have to replay that 8-pin that Zach Simonelli just converted. I didn't get through. Oh well.
Okay. Kyle Holton, yeah. Looks like the 9-pin left.
He banks
Puts it up for 10.
Kyle, no professional victories yet, but can tell you National Duckpin Youth Team Champion of 2018. I remember that because I was on second place team that year, but they had a team from Town Hall that won the Nationals by 100 pins.
Town
100
Hall.
clear of second. Yep.
Town Hall was a very supportive venue for the Pro Tour for many years.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Frank Ferry, may he rest in peace, was a great proprietor. Jimmy with a powerful.
There she goes.
There he's done.
We'll cue that up on the replay.
It's a late kick.
Just in time.
Cameron Jackson. It's 2. Chad, a second game.
Something like that. It's a good bounce back there.
Come back.
You give her amount of money.
Yeah. She was very appreciative. We collected a little bit of money for Audrey, who's been
We've talked about her a couple times on here. That she's
been running.
we said
her tail off this weekend for all the bowlers here.
we said she's going to run the rubber off of her shoes.
A little rough little pitch up there for Kyle Holton with the 4, 5, 7, 8. Here again, we got a little tough conversion.
And even though Kyle's left-handed, I think he still shoot it the same way, off the wall.
He hits the 3, but the pin don't come off the ball. He leaves the 5.
Oh,
Zach with a
I'm actually going to replay that. I think that
10 box.
that headpin might have popped out of the pit to hit the 10 from behind. It did. How about that? 10 for Kyle as well. Cameron Jackson, a total of 376 for his first three. Jimmy Mulvihill, 380. Zach Simonelli right between them at 378. And Kyle Holton, the leader on this pair, with a 403.
Jimmy Mulvihill for the double. And he leaves the 610. Spare conversion. Cameron with 7 off the side.
Same shot Zach just had.
Jimmy with the pickup.
You can see he kind of leaned down and looked at that one to make sure he wasn't going to chop it.
10 count.
There for Cameron.
I know you're a young friend here.
Nick Floyd.
Nick Floyd. One of the Duckpins Forever Patriots.
Sure, we'll call it that.
Him and David Hughes, they do a lot of good work with this. And,
Testing 32 games this weekend.
yes, they bring a lot of coverage. Yes.
I'm that guy.
AKA
Thank you very much.
You're on it right now.
Big Giant Head.
Yes, big giant head. And that's because, we'll show them why. So you see how it covers the whole screen?
I appreciate it because sometimes we don't get to see Kyle.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, he just had one of the best 176 games I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Kyle Holton with the 10-pin conversion.
Doing?
Zach Simonelli with a 10 botch for 32 in the third. Cameron Jackson steps up, 25 in the third.
One, 2, 4, 10 washout. A little easier than the one he had last frame.
Jimmy up 38 plus in the on a fair ball. Good ball for the 5, 9.
You see Jimmy gets very, very low in his approach and his release. Hand almost touches, the right hand almost touches the ground.
He gets 3 of the pins. He leaves the head pin. Jimmy hits the 5 pin off of the 5-9.
I think that's this exact thing he was worried about doing last frame.
Cameron with a 10 botch, 35 in the 3.
Kyle Holton hasn't dropped any pins yet, but only one mark.
30 plus in the third.
Very, very smooth.
Very good ball for leaving the 10 pin for a 9 pin.
Kyle, I can tell you when I was in the youth program, we were both team tournaments against the Rhode Island team. That was an anchor bowler that you feared. Kyle Holden and Lexi Harpin were the two that you were nervous to bowl against when Nick Lloyd was just a dumpy little 16-year-old from Pasadena.
Zach Simonelli shooting the head pin for a spare.
I cut that one short.
Ooh.
This is going to be it's got to be a testing condition for Zach because Zach normally likes to get the ball far bit out on the lane, which is something that if you do that here can get you into trouble with the bounces.
With the bounces, at this particular center, sometimes it's better to get it past the arrows than it is in front of you.
Or you got to get it down really early.
Yeah, so get it down really early and let it roll.
That's why I've always said I for some reason I throw the ball as if I grew up on wood lanes. Yet I grew up on a full synthetic house. So I for some reason I can't loft very well. I get the ball down pretty early.
Myself, I cut my teeth at Rivera Bowl in Pasadena, Maryland, which was a full wood lane center.
They have good chicken now.
And it was, one of them places where you couldn't loft it out there because it would bounce everywhere. So, the earlier you can get it down, the better off you'll be.
Visited Rivera one time in 2004 to bowl the youth state tournament. We won as a peewee. Never went back.
Well, now it's a Royal Farms with a car wash.
Yes. I'll tell you, my interesting experience with that Royal Farms was late one night coming home from the Men's Pro League. Stopped at that Royal Farms to get some gas and went inside to the ATM. And who did I see there? Former owner of Rivera Bowl, Mike Davidson,
who lives in Pasadena.
It was just very interesting running into him there, the site of his former bowling alley.
That was the first center that I bowled in, and a guy named Alex Sandusky owned it, and he was. It didn't score very well until Mike Davison owned it, and when Mike Davison took it over, I can remember shooting 11. I can remember shooting 12-11 and not making the cut. Which in today's standards
Should be impossible. To be unheard of.
Is unheard of. Jimmy Mulvihill up 56 in the fourth.
Tug job.
Well, it pitches out for 5. Leaves the bread line with a hanger. Cameron Jackson leaving the 4-7.
Well, we have a question in the chat from a familiar name, Rebecca Lloyd. Saying how many bowlers are bowling in this weekend's event? I think it's 83.
Yeah, I believe it's 83 bowlers.
Which means they take 24.
They take 24 qualifiers, which leaves 4 divisions of 6 on Sunday, where they bowl 5 games head-to-head with the win-loss record. The top 2 in each division move on to a bracket.
So that'll leave us with a final 8 tomorrow.
Yes. After match play, it'll leave 8 bowlers. So basically it means you got to win 4 games to get to the final. Actually, no. 3 games to win it.
Yep.
So
that's why we said at the start of the tournament that we had 32 games until the start.
Yes. 4 games. 3 games to win it. I'm sorry.
But this is also a bit of an homage to our original broadcast. We did the Men's Pro Tour Mount Airy all the way back in September 2021 is when this whole thing got started, and that was a full weekend of coverage. Interesting side note on that, my first ever game doing play-by-play on Duck Pins Forever, we had 200 games on camera at the same time. It's a 209 by Don Dove and a 215 by Wayne Matheson.
That is like unheard of in this.
It was a nice start.
Yes.
To my my commentary career.
Zach Simonelli leaves the 2-1. The 2-4-6. Kyle Holden leaving the 9-10 and missing on the second ball.
Zach, unfortunately, we could not get the standings camera to function correctly for this shift. Do apologize for that.
Zach hitting the 2-4. He's trying to pick up the 10 for Wood here. A 9 box, 51 in the fifth.
Some low scores here through 5. Cameron on a no-hitter so far through the first 5. Yeah, I have to mention that.
Cameron Jackson up. Leaves a triangle, which is a tough shot.
Just off to our right, the folks that we had on last game, we have Phil Caffarella. We see a strike from Jimmy.
Jimmy Mulvihill with a bomb.
Phil Caffarella, it's all marks through 6, and he had a double in the first and second. He's at 116 plus in the 6th. Keep an eye on that.
Cameron with the pickup of the 4-7-8. Nice conversion.
Question from Brian Olaf. Is there another shift after this one? No, sir. This is the last one.
This is the last shift.
Holton looks good. It is
good. Dropping 10 from Kyle Holton.
Cue up the instant replay on that one. Watch the swishing hit in the 1-3 pocket.
67 plus. Zach with a bomb.
Strike for Zach while we're on replay.
61 plus.
And just like that, I said we had a low score through 5, and we have a start frame. 3 strikes and a 7 spare. Let's see, we've got 3 shots now at a double.
Jimmy Mulvihill, he'll have going for the double. Oh, and he rips the middle.
All right, 4. You know what this means, right?
This is the Dave Jones shot.
So if he makes this for a spare, we finally conquer our Dave Jones challenge, and he wins a free T-shirt.
A free T-shirt if he makes this shot.
4 spare.
4 spare.
Wow, Cameron, almost the same thing.
Cameron with
even less.
3 out of the middle. Little unlucky.
Come on, Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy.
Jimmy hits the 10 pin.
And that was tough because he was on a strike count and he only gets
5 count.
Cameron sweeping out the back.
And Jimmy holds 3 for an 8 box. Over to right, Phil had 8 and picked a 2-pinner. 135 in the 7th. Gentleman just shot 100, and he's got 135 in the 7th.
Monitor went out. No 200s yet on this shift.
Just Zach for the double. Oh, and he picks it up. Double header, Zach Simonelli.
Take a look at the replay, everybody.
Kyle Holton got another chance at a double. Here we go.
Watch out.
Oh, watch out. Backdoor double.
He puts his hands up on the way back like, yeah, that's right. Thank you. I meant to do that. Professional bowler.
It's kind of like a golf club. He hit the sweet spot. Cameron Jackson with 7 off the side.
Someone said, who has high single? I believe so far that would be Colby's 204, correct?
I believe so.
Jesse had 200 even.
Jesse had 200 even. Jesse Deach.
Yeah, my answer would, for now, unless I'm wrong, is Colby D'Antonis 204.
Oh, Cameron hitting the 1-2.
Light hit for Jimmy, a good break.
Jimmy leaves. Oh, he gets a carry. Jimmy with a carry on the 10-pin.
Duck pin forever. Thanks, Jimmy, for letting it spin.
Cameron with a 10 box. 74 in the 8th. We're working on a couple doubles here. We got Zachary,
a big ball for both of them.
Zach Simonelli and Kyle Houghton, both on doubles.
Kyle a little closer to the pace than Zach is, so this ball is important for both of them, especially Zach.
Kyle Houghton's up first. Be the first one to attempt to throw the triple. And he lets it go. And got it. Good. He's got a triple. As Ray Keith would say, if you feel a ripple, throw a big triple.
That's what he says. Zach says, match him.
Oh,
he tried.
Great ball.
4-7.
He leads to 4-7. Good 28 box.
Zach was 79 through the 6th. Nope.
He hits the 7-pin. 107. One more. 107 the 8th. One more gives him 108. Jesse Deach just walked in the building. Oh, that's terrible.
That's all from Comet.
Jimmy with the backdoor double. Big setup for the 10th box.
Yeah, that gives him a chance to get a little closer to that cut number, or that pace number.
Cameron Jackson with 5-6 off the side. Leaves a 5-6-9-10.
Phil Caffarella, our scorer we were keeping an eye on before, he's off to our right. 151 plus in the 9th, getting him very close to the 562 number he needs to be at through 4 games. Zach Simonelli, 7 off the deck.
Leads to 4-7-8 on a pretty good pitch.
And for Cameron?
Cameron Jackson, 84.
Oh, no.
And Zach picks out the object pin. He takes the 4-pin at it, a 4-7-8. Ready?
Hey, 2 boxes.
2 bucks.
All right, big ball for Kyle Houghton. Going
for the 4-timer. Oh, and he rips the middle for 8.
Good break. Watch his score shoot up now.
He leaves it 2-4. Zach misses everything. 115 in the 9th.
10 spare for Kyle.
Spare for Kyle, 145 plus in the ninth.
That gets him all the way up to 548. So with good count and good wood, he is over the 552 mark.
Yes. Cameron Jackson.
Red line plus the 7-pin.
Yes.
He needs to make this to have a chance at 100.
Breaks 5. Jimmy going for the triple. And he puts it in there. Very good ball for 9. He leaves a 7 only. Cameron picks off the head pin. Tough luck for Cameron. Off the right, Phil Carfala Caffarella has 169 plus. Jimmy makes the 7-pin.
148 in a ball and a 528 set in a ball. Gets him close to the pace.
Hi, Walt.
See you later. See you.
Kyle Holton.
Kyle Holton. Oh, great pitch. No, he's looks like the 6 only. Good 9 count, 163.
53.
It's progress.
And Jamie Mulvihill with 8 count for 156 game.
Jimmy might have made the imaginary 7-10. I wasn't paying attention.
And Kyle had to pick up 164 plus with the ball.
And Kyle over the pace.
We got Hall of Famer Aaron Pellet walking by. And there's Dani. She's an angel. And Kyle Holton with a 6 count.
Even 170.
170. Great game by Kyle.
Gets him to 573.
573 is a solid score. Zach shooting a single, picks it up, 125 plus, 503 plus a ball. Zach delivers. Oh, 2 off the side for 127. 505.
All right, we're going to step aside for a couple minutes. They have 3 frames left. To our left. Well, it was good calling a couple games with you. Walt's going to be heading out. And we will see you in a couple minutes. 4 games down, 4 to go.
Ad break?
Yes, Dave. We'll put an ad for him. See you in a couple minutes. All right, looks like my mic is back on, and I am back for Game 5, also known as Game 21 of qualifying. Game 21. 20 down, 12 to go. This one, some north and south. Steve Mollicone from Rhode Island, then Maryland, then Rhode Island again. Connor Wiener from Maryland, Leo Montero from Massachusetts, Nick Muscatelli from Rhode Island. I'm going to start out with Mollicone heavy on the pocket for the 2-4. Connor Wiener on the left lane, 584 total through 4 games ahead of the pace. As a pull shot from Steve. Misses the 2-4. Connor the 1-2-4-9. That little light doesn't convert. Steve wide right, 8 out. Connor shooting the 4-pin for the wood ball. And Connor will slide on by. All right. Left lane going to be Leo Montero with a total of 500 through 4, so a little bit of work to do still for Leo Montero. Nick Muscatelli, a fine start to the afternoon at 587. Just had a quality 4th game with a spare 2 in the 10th. He's on lane 10. Rams 9 off the deck. Lefty Launcher, the name we had given to Nick Muscatelli in a broadcast previous. You can see why. Left-handed, gets the ball down early and it throws it pretty hard. Leo 4 through the middle to start his game on TV. Nick, a little concerned that might not have hung on, but it just did. A friendly bounce. Spare in the first for Nick Muscatelli. Open frame for Leo. Looking at a double baby split for his wood ball. Leo bowls out a dudek. Which is up in Rhode Island. Near the Mass border. 8 box for Leo Montero. Connor Wiener, no stars yet to his credit. He does have a 2nd place on the Pop Witten Pro Tour. He lost at Glen Burnie Bowl to the eventual winner, Buddy Turner. But it was an impressive showing for Connor that day. Definitely shocked a lot of people. Pulled off a couple impressive shots in the process. Here's Steve on the pocket, a little light. And we have matching 4-7s. Connor looking to bring this in. Here we go. Sparing the 2nd for Connor Wiener, 19 plus. A couple of signs actually behind this pair for Connor and for Nick. They are 2-sided. One side discussing the good parts of their bowling game, and the other parts of the bowling game that are not so good. Like the missed singles, and the other side is spares and strikes. And all right, Leo Montero, 2nd frame, on lane 10. All right, 2nd frame for Nick Muscatelli, filling his spare. One-two pocket. Doesn't quite get the finish. 5-7, 8-10 split. Leo had a 3-2. Takes the 3. Leaves the 3-6 behind.
Coming down to the last next week.
Open frame for Nick, still the 5-7-10 standing. Seven out for Nick after a 6 fill. 23 in the second. Spare fills for both bowlers come up now, Connor Weir and Steve Mulligan. Nick and Connor, the two on the pair that are ahead of the pace after 4 games. Steve about 50 under. Leo about 60 under. Connor through the middle for 4 on the spare. Leaves he 2-4 on the left and 3-6, 9-10 on the right. Phil from Malacone. High and tight, leaves the 2 and 1. 25 in the second for Steve. Connor going for it. Takes 2 and 2 out, leaves a 9-10. And Steve Malacone going to be open this frame as well. Connor a 9. Third frame for Nick on the right lane. On the pocket, looking for the carry, and is not going to get it. That's a better ball than it looked like. Or better ball than the result shows. It's a better way to say that. The 5-10 stands. Third frame for Leo, yet to mark in the game. He's on the head pin. And he breaks up his split, just the 7-pin standing. Viewership has been solid all day. Thank you all for watching. A good crowd in last night also. Nick almost makes it. Open frame. Leo looking for his first mark of the game. It's a single. Gotta go. It does. Steve Malacone in the pocket. 4-7. Steve at 5-13 total after his 4 games. Got about 50 back of the pace. Expected pace after this game, 7:02. And that again is what bowler should expect to be at after 5 games to be on pace to make the cut. Open frame for Steve. Slides on by the 4-7. Connor just a 5-pin. This is the same ball down the middle to bring it in. And misses wide right. Still misses on the way back. Yeah, that one wouldn't count. It just wouldn't. 10 box for Steve. It's 44 in the fourth. 10 box for Connor. 42. Steve Dreyer, a couple pairs off to my right, had an all-mark game through 8. with no doubles. It was all strikes, 2 strikes, and 6 single pin spares. He opened in the 9th due to a 1-5 rip. Pocket 9-10 for Leo Montero in his spare. Gives him 35 in the 3rd. Nick stepping up on the left lane with 32 in the 3rd. There's that pocket. Leaves the 7 pin. Now, if I remember correctly about Nick's spare shooting game, he tends to prefer the 7 pin over the 10. He has to shoot a corner. I believe his favorable side is the 7. We'll let this one walk up the left side, and as you'd expect, since it is his favorite side, he brings it in. 9-box for Leo. 24 in the 4th. So no big scores yet this game on this pair. And the high set on this pair is Nick Muscatelli by 3 pins with 587. That lead of 3 pins over Connor Wiener still is maintained through 4 frames. Connor Wiener, an errant shot. I thought I heard an alarm going off. Kind of plucking the 4 pin. At least he's loose about it. Looks to regroup himself. You'll see a bit of a celebration if he makes the 9 pinner. Ah, almost. 10 pin for Steve. This will be for his 2nd mark of the game. If he makes it, Did he make it? Did he make that? I can't tell. Did he actually hit that? Steve, you made that? I think what actually happened there is the pin barely fell over. You made that? Your head was in the way. I couldn't tell. I didn't know if the ball came back and hit it.
I barely hit it.
All right. Well, that was fun. Connor with 10. Let me fill out the scoreboard here. 52 in the 5th for Connor, 54 plus for Steve. Here's the 2nd spare fill of the game for Nick Muscatelli. He has not missed a break yet this game. He's made 2 single pins, and he's got 2 splits. And there's another single pin. He leaves the mixed league single. The old 9 off the side to leave the 1. Leo Montero in the pocket leaves the 10 pin. This is a single pin that's normally tough for Leo because of his right to left break on the ball, but the slick playing wood surface here at Highland should help him get that ball to glide over to the 10 pin. Nick's first ball did not find the head pin, 2nd ball does. Better late than never, and well placed for the spare, 61 plus. Miss single for Leo. Leo Montero with 10. Disappointing 54 half. Connor Wiener. Off the side, how many? Ends up with 8 and leaves a chop shot to 8. Steve Malacone on the spare. Very light. 4-7-10. Steve Malacone going for it. Across the deck, runs out of metal. Open frame. Wood ball for Connor. Misses left again. 60 even through the 6. cleanup for Steve Malacone is 7 on and 10 out, giving him 71. Bad picture pixelation. Interesting. I don't see that on my end, LA Arch. It looks clear to me. Check your resolution settings. High and tight for Leo, and a 710. Not the split you want to see when you got 54 in the fifth. All right. High score and high set on the pair right here. 61 plus at the half and a 587 total through 4. Spare fill. In the pocket. 5-8. 69 in the fifth. Nick makes this, it'll be 3 spares in a row. 69 half. Got the 5-8. And just a little left. Nine box for Leo. And 9 as well for Nick. He has high score on the pair at the moment, 78 in the 6th. A little bit of work to do from this foursome to pick up their pace. A little bit behind the number they want to be at. Steve Malacone. He's in the pocket. Solid 8. Definitely looked like it was going to strike. Connor Wiener off the side for 4. Seems to be a little disappointed with himself, losing the consistency he had the first 4 games. Malacone missing the single. Connor gets that one out even farther, looking to make a correction in the release and misses the head pin right this time. Steve misses again, 9 out.
Okay.
Seventh frame for Nick. Off the side, 4 count. Same 4 count Connor just had, actually. It's the 1-3, 4-6, 7-9. Leo in the 7th. Pocket 7-8. Big game off to my right out of Kyle Holton. Couple missed spare breaks, but he's going to be in the 170s. He shoots an all-wood 175.
Be one of these. Full back.
A single for Leo is going to be another open frame. It's an open frame for Nick Muscatelli as well. That was his 3rd ball. Gives him an 8 box. 86 through 7. Ten out for Leo. So the marks have run dry for this pair the last 2 frames. 3 frames to go. Chance to turn it around and save the game. Here's Connor to start him off in the 8th. Laid the ball down that time, and probably a good idea for this house, especially given the scouting report various people have given us about the lane conditions here at Highland and what it takes to score on them. Steve Malacone off the side, hoping for the head pin to go. It doesn't. 1-6-10. Connor leaves a 7 pin. See if he gets it out on this one. Just enough to make it. Spare in the 8th for Connor Wiener, 77 plus.
Yes, Nick.
Steve Malacone, he's got a spare. 90 plus. Yes. Directional audio. It's got a directional microphone, so most of the sound is from what's in front of the camera. If you're right next to it, it'll pick it up. Why do you ask? Why do you ask? Okay. Understood. I appreciate you checking.
Very presidential.
Yes. I try to give you a very politician's answer. I gave you a politician answer. Kind of danced around it. Pick 2 pinner for Nick. That would have been for a star frame. Slices the 2 off the 4. Can bring in 10 for 96 in the 8th. A little right on the wood ball gives him 9 out, 95 in the 8th. 682 for Nick. He gets 2 10 boxes. Oops, sorry, I dropped my mic. 2 10 boxes in the 9th and 10th. That would be 702 and right on pace. Malacone breaking him up. Leaves a single. 86 through 8 ahead of his box again. My apologies, I gave him the score to the wrong person. 2 fill for Connor. Go down here. And 9 fill for Steve. You know, David makes this look easy, but this whole scoreboard and commentary thing at the same time is pretty tough. Spare for Steve. Thankfully, I've gotten a couple years of practice in now on this commentary thingy. And what is that kind of lead for Connor? 2, 5, 6, 10 to deal with on the 3rd ball.
I'm all set. No, I need about.
So get it out of there.
It is a little here. I need about 490, which is possible.
Start with 190 and then work from there.
Correct.
All right. Have a little pep talk to Kevin Quinn, a local bowler, who's got a little bit of work to do the last 3. Nick Muscatelli, a strange 4 rep. He actually chops the 1-5, and then on the flyback, it takes out the 3 and 9 for a 4 total. Here's a spare fill for Leo. Leo is off the side and a split. 3-6-7. Oh boy, Nick, I do have to. I don't mean to give you a hard time, but I do have to replay that. Not for the fact that the ball flew back on the lane, but for your TV clap. That is an homage to the original Fed Match broadcast of 2022, where he threw a 7-10 right through the hole. And I mean, when I say right through the hole, I mean it was right down the middle. And we give him a hard time about it, but it's all in love. And he turned around and clapped his hands as if he had gotten a bad break or an unlucky bounce. But that will be respotted. Lane 10 has been bouncing some balls back onto the lane today. Did it last night as well. Eight out for Leo, 98 in the 9th. All right. Looks like our pins have been respotted. Hope you all enjoyed your little ad break that we had. We are going to get back to the action now. This is Nick Muscatelli's third ball in the ninth. That's 4 down so far. Here's the wood ball. And unfortunately, a chop. It's going to be 6 out, 101 through 9, and total of 688. All right. Now to the top of the 10th. Spare fill for Steve Malacone. He's on 2 in a row. That is off the side. A decent break. Counts 8 and leaves the 1-3. Connor Wiener in the 10th. Connor on 85 in the 9th. Me? Hi. What brings you by?
I just changed to get my camera.
Oh. We'll be moving to 7 and 8 after this game. Connor Wiener open frame. Will be a game you wish you could get back. Couple chops, couple misses. Steve Malacone missed spare as well in the 10th. He is going to finish out with a 10 frame, 127 game. Connor Wiener, 9 box. Making the 10th off the side, and he leaves his pocket. This is a makeable shot, and he needs a mark here in good count to get back to the 7:02 pace mark. This is the 1-2 in the left-hander's pocket. Leo through the middle in the 10th and through the hole on the second ball. Leo has only missed 1 break this game. It was a single in the 5th frame. He has 7 splits in this game. Tough way to shoot a 1-0 game. Nick for the spare. He's thankful. Crowd says, thank you. He says, thank you very hard. And picks up spare in the 10th. 111 and a ball to go.
Where's that? Hit the mute button.
All right, Mike is back on. That is going to conclude Game 5. Total pinfalls after 5 games are Wiener 678, Montero 606, Malacone 640, and Muscatelli 702, exactly on our expected pace of 702. Gonna take a minute to move the camera over to 7 and 8, where it's going to remain for the last 3 games of qualifying games 21 through 24. Take a quick trip to the fridge. Quick trip to the bathroom. Do not touch the remote. We'll be right back.
parking. Cam's here.
I'm back. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the folks you're watching right now, that's three of them. Jack Nieswanger, Roy Kuchevsky Jr., and Rick Gano. They are actually in game 6 right now and almost done. So what I'm going to do is hide my scoreboard, and you can kind of see their scores as they finish. When we resume live scoreboard coverage here in a moment, it's not going to be these three gentlemen, and it's actually going to be game 7. So I'm going to adjust down here at the bottom. We're going to be in game 7 out of 8, and the expected pace is actually going to be 982. And let me get ready to fill out the scoreboard for the folks that are coming on to lane 7 and 8, and we'll have that coverage coming up in a couple minutes. All right, everybody. Welcome back. This is going to be their game 7. I'll have a guess. What's up? Say hi. Hey, Grammy. How you doing? There you go. John Blaze Gramps. What's up, man? So this game going to be game 7. You're on TV. Sweetland Jesus is going to be on the TV. He's excited about it. Tommy Osborne on an 8:42, right on pace. Billy Thomas 50 over, the pace at 8:92. John Blaze over pace at 8:65. Eddie Darling, a little bit of work to do. 7:41. Actually, Eddie's got a lot of work to do. That, Jesse, can I get your help answering a question? I have a question in the chat from Rebecca Lloyd. And it says, why are the colored lights turned on over the pins? Isn't that distracting to the bowlers?
Correct, it is distracting to the bowlers, but as it is your turn, those colors go away and the pins turn white again.
So the pins are white while you're bowling, but they might be a different color next to you.
Correct.
Thank you. That's my mother, so I figured I'd let somebody else answer the question. But yes, that is the way that the deck lights work here at Highland Bowl. It's actually a pretty cool... It's a very cool system overall called Center Punch, that the lighting system. It's a proprietary product that they buy that goes with the scoring system. Yeah.
It's kind of like that thing you put on the lantern. Similar?
Similar principle, except this also communicates with the scoring, where our system is a standalone. Yeah. And that's lane projections, not colored deck lights, which we're working on our own version of that, because Center Punch is cool, but very, 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 very expensive. Oh, yeah. Justin, hopefully I sound a little better now. I can adjust slightly if need be, but I don't want to get it too loud and then be screaming in your ear. Rebecca Lloyd says, thanks, it looks pretty and hopefully doesn't bug the bowlers too much. Well, Rebecca Lloyd, a.k.a. Mom, I shot 1,200, so I think it didn't bug me too bad. I think I can live with it. All right, we're going to get underway here with game number 7. Eddie Darling starting out with 3 in the left corner. Miles asked, bowling my first Pro Tour this August, how does the lane courtesy work? Is it ball for ball or frame for frame? This one is ball for ball, normally frame for frame. Or 2-ball courtesy, which is basically just frame for frame. Billy Thomas with a great total through 6 at 892. He starts out with a 2-1. Eddie Darling starting out with 3 off the left corner, ends up with a $9. Thank you for the questions, everybody. Billy off the mark there. John Blaze, maybe a couple Candlepin bowlers going to be rolling in this game to watch John Blaze. They call him the Squirrel. And he gets that ball down early, and it is whipped in there. There you can kind of see what I mean. That ball's got a lot of power on it. Spare for John Blaze to start. Good first frame on TV. At least for today. He's no stranger to Duck Pins Forever. He's been on here a couple times before, including in the brackets. Tommy Osborne, first frame. 1-3 pocket. My goodness. Pocket 510. Tommy exactly on the pace through 6 games at an 842. Needs a 281 score his last 2 games to get to what our projected cut is going to be. $5.10 for Tommy Osborne. Takes the 5. Nickname for Tommy Osborne, Suitland Jesus. Tommy, one of the co-owners of Suitland Bowl. He owns it with his wife, Megan, who is just off left of the camera. She's here watching as well. $10 for Tommy. Hey. Call that back. Four. They need the rack drop on each home. I don't think she knows what that is. $10 for Blake Thomas as a missed single. And Eddie Darling going for the shot and doesn't quite cover it. Open frame. Third ball for Eddie. Just the 10th pin left. He covers. Look, John, I'm hoping for you. I've been there many times. In fact, the last time I bowled here, I was the alternate. So I feel the pain you're in right now. I've been there many times. Second frame going to be coming up for John Blaze in a second. Looks like we have a little housekeeping to do on lane 7. All right, Tommy's going to go ahead and fire on lane 8. Tommy coming off of a 10 box. Wow, what a pitch. We'll give that a replay. Suitland Jesus burying this one in the pocket. Suitland Jesus. I did replay it. Eight fill for John Blaze. He's got the 5-8 to deal with. He covers. 2 marks in a row. 28 plus in the second. Eddie Darling getting back up on the right lane. Billy Thomas will be getting up on the left.
having fun?
I am. I cursed this pair. They were all bowling okay, and now they're in the toilet. Okay. Miss single for Eddie. Sorry, not your fault.
It's only a musket spot.
Huh?
It's only musket.
Wasn't that a half and half that you broke?
Yeah, the green one. But that.
Oh. I don't want any of your bowling balls to get damaged.
I need like 340 to get it on.
Another open frame for Billy Thomas. Billy, a little off the mark. Shoots the 4-pin, takes an 8-box. John Blaze on the fill. High and tight. Leaves the 2-6. One second. Tommy for the double. Oh, man.
Hello.
Holy
Staying at the door.
Jesus. And by Jesus, I mean Suitland Jesus. And by Jesus, I mean holy Suitland Jesus. That was a good ball.
King James got it.
Whoa, John. We'll cue the replay up on that one. Power player, 2-6 off the cushion. Eddie Darling. Off left, leaves a washout. When you got to turn around and flex.
That's twice today. I've
Flex
done
on the
that.
camera.
Made the 9-10 like that.
You can do it here. Open frame for Eddie. Eddie chops off the head pin. Billy 27 in the third, yet to mark. 5-8, makeable. Billy slices it off. Open frame. $10 for Billy Thomas. 37 through 4.
Yeah. That's like a big one.
Fourth frame for Tommy Osborne. He's on a double. Could make it 30. Last two have been smashed in there. This one high and tight. A decent break. 8 on the double. He leaves with a 4-8. Tommy a total of 842 through 6 games, which is right on the pace. John Blaze does not convert that split. LA, question is, how is Mr. Duck Pins Forever bowling? Not too well. He needs a ton to have a chance. John Blaze with the $10. Tommy Woodball Takes the 8-pin for a 9-box. 65 through 4, strong start. All right, 5th frame. Billy Thomas and Eddie Darling both on 37 in the 4th. No marks. Billy finds the pocket. 7-pin. A nice strike for Eddie Darling. Sorry, a little distracted there for a second. 5 off the wall for Eddie Darling. And a spare for Billy Thomas, so both of them get on the board, break up the no-hitter. Now, back down to Tommy Osborne and John Blaze. Pretty similar in score this game and pretty similar in total set. John Blaze ahead by 22. Total pinfall. John Blaze through the middle. Leaves 247 on the left and 310 on the right. Yeah, I'm looking over at David's score. He has a mountain to climb. Tommy Osborne off the side, leaves the 1-9. So I said earlier, Tommy, the owner of Suitland, which is the last duckpin bowling alley in PG County. 24 ducks. Ellie, yeah, it should be. We got a couple of donations that came in earlier. I just got to make sure I see them when they come through. But David always gets a notification some way or another, and he'll be sure to thank everybody that supports us. Billy Thomas, $10. Only 54 at the half, 64 in the 6th. Nine on and 9 out for Eddie Darling. Johnny Blaze off the side, 3-8. Jesus, 75 half. John Blaze is 73 half. In there solid for the 5-8. Tommy had 2 strikes in the second and third that left no doubt. John Blaze, 2 full on that 3-pin. John does get the ball down pretty early, but he throws a very light set of balls. I believe they're about 3 pounds 4 ounces, 3.6. It's a heavy wiffle ball is what it is. That is, I mean, it's what works best for him. It's more close to what he's used to as a candlepin bowler. Of course, their ball maxes out at 2.8. 2.8. Nope. You know what the pin weighs? 2.8. Yeah. You wonder why pros average 120. Send to Tommy. Oh, they already donated twice today, and I never saw it. Oh, crap. Well, I don't have any reason to doubt that since you watch every single broadcast we have. Thank you for donating. I do appreciate it. I'll have to check with David about that coffee cup not working. Make sure he actually, got them. Billy Thomas. Maybe split. Billy can get wood to finish this game out, and he'll be ahead of the cut pace. But at this rate, he's not going to be ahead of it as much as he probably should be. Came into this game 50 pins over the 842 pace through 6, and is barely over 100 pace so far in this game. Two 7. Nice shot. The blue and yellow took me a couple games to figure out that the blue and yellow for split conversions. And then the rainbow for strikes. Yes. And red is for thanks for trying.
Yeah. You're dead with right.
Fortunately, I think I can at least say for myself, I know you're probably sweating. Also, welcome to the club of sweating it out in the last squad. Listen, bud, listen. I feel for you, but about this much because I've been there so many times. I've come numb to it.
I'm not. My hopes aren't very high.
That was Ty Turcotte over my shoulder, but Ty with 11:22 is very close to the cut number. I think he's going to be okay, but we'll see.
If I was in the 11:30s, 11:40,
You're fine.
I would have a different conversation.
I think if you're even at like 11:29, you're okay.
Yeah. But I mean, missing that 5 singles in the second game and starting off with the 108. It's just gunning.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, you're probably replaying that 79th frame in your head, but he missed. For those you guys didn't see it, he missed a single in the 79.
On a double too.
On a double, but there were many, if we're being honest, many missed breaks before that.
Yeah. In the first 2 games, I had 230 for 2, and I missed 7 singles. And I can't blame anybody but myself up for that.
Well, this is how I feel when I bowl Pro Tours at Mount Airy. You can't blame the house because you did the lanes.
Yeah.
You maintain the equipment. If you're not scoring well, it's your problem no matter what.
I mean, the center gave me the opportunities, and I missed them.
Yeah.
I didn't have the best of luck. I wasn't stealing as many strikes and breaks as I would want. But
yeah.
I had the opportunities, and I didn't capitalize on them.
You'll hear people sometimes they'll say that they didn't throw a lot of strikes, and then I'll ask them how many spares they missed, and they get pretty quiet.
But I would have loved to steal a couple breaks, but I definitely missed the breaks that I had a chance to make. So
yeah.
If I make 2 of those breaks I missed, it's a whole different story.
Oh yeah. I mean, even third ball counts.
Oh, without a doubt.
I have learned that every third ball is important. You might notice I take an extra second on third balls now because in a Pro Tour, you never know. You never know when there's 3 pins for a 10.
I went 230 for the first 2 and an average, 48, 49 for the rest 6. So,
right.
I thought every ball I could, but what you miss, you can't get back. So you just got to work on what you can get.
I said earlier when I was alternate at Mount Airy in 22 for the men's tour, I averaged around 142 for 8 games without a double.
Yeah.
If I catch one double, I'm in.
Make just 1 extra break, and in that last game, I picked 2 2-pinners, that's never a help.
Right. It's a sloppy double for Eddie Darling on 7. He activates the rainbow light. That's not a double, it's a 20 box. All right, so John Blaze, Tommy Osborne, Billy Thomas, all bowlers right around this cut number or ahead of it, but they're falling off their scoring pace this game. I don't know if that's just the fatigue starting to set in or starting to overpressure themselves, but Billy's got to save this game here. Don't want to get too close to the number. He's going to be over it, but you don't want to get too close to it. You need that safety buffer in case you run into some chops or a bad out. And he fills 9 on a spare, which is good. John Blaze stepping up. He was at 865 through 6, which was 23 pins ahead of the 842 pace. But could 10 out in this game. Oh, boy. We'll give him a replay on that. Your Barbasol close shave of the day.
Skinny jeans.
Yes. The thankful face of Billy Thomas when he turned back around there. 8 drop for John. John could 10 out for 123, which would give him a total of 988. Should be just over the 982 mark.
Not trying to be sensitive.
Like what? Which one?
Don't worry, you got the replay very hard.
Thank you very hard.
You got the replay on that one. You got the replay. Barbasol close shave right there. So that one.
Ellie Arch asking, Nick, did you have a fatigue factor today? I'll be completely honest with you. I get more fatigue doing 8 games of this than I do 8 games of bowling, especially with the amount of 1- and 2-ball frames I had today. I was able to save some energy. But the ball for ball doubles pace is a bit of a cardio.
Yeah, you had the ball working today, though.
I knew when I went 5 off the corner and made it off the wall the first frame of the day, I knew I was in good shape. I was like, okay, relax. Maybe you won't be alternate this year.
Broke up a couple of breaks for some strikes.
Right.
Like in your
and then caught a double on it or something.
In your game there, you trip out the 5 pin and you trip the 5 into the 7 for the double.
And then bomb triple. I was like, all right. I started out the game with like 3 opens. So I was like, all right, let's calm down. You need a couple marks. Don't panic. Thankfully, I was only needing like 110 the last game.
There, just who can get them.
But you do see a lot of mash 9. But if you're not making your mash 9,
this center is 9 drops. What I can't even describe it. This is the fastest 9 drop center in the country.
Yeah,
who can separate the men from the boys is who can make those 9 drops.
Yeah,
I've never seen a center drop more 9s ever. Who can make them? You can't.
This reminds me in 10th, and I have an older brother who tells me all the time that in 10th and bowling, he is better at shooting the 10 pin than I am. And I don't disagree. He is better at shooting the 10 pin than I am. I am, however, better at not leaving the 10 pin, which scores you better.
The strikes are definitely out there, but it's more of a spare break. You know?
Yeah, well, this is duck pin. Make your spares.
It's a 9-1 game all day here.
Yeah.
Who can catch a lucky double or triple?
Well, and you see in a couple of the big scores we've had that are all mark games or whatever. We had a game earlier. It was 8 marks out the gate from Steve Dreyer, 2 strikes, 6 singles.
Yeah.
I think I might have miskeyed that. I did. I was trying to go to a replay for Billy. But I'll give him a strike in the 9th. That's a 20 box. Oh, I made the scoreboard mad. Dang it. What'd you say?
Trying to stop like that.
Oh, yeah.
That's when I went like this. That thing was like.
Oops.
Never been able to do that.
Jump.
Walk there.
Spare for John Blaze.
That was a hat. Pitch clock violation. Really, as soon as it slipped as far as it did, I was willing to endanger everyone behind me. Like the Wii Sports.
Yeah. As long as the ball doesn't cross the foul line, you're good. Oh, Tommy, 8-pinner.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Nothing hurt.
Split the Red Sea on the first ball, and Jesus brings it in.
Oh, it froze alone there. I lane 6 there.
What was that?
10.
First Saloni, the best name.
It was a 10 count,
You know, it was. So he had one on his first ball. I always say one of the best names in duckpin bowling is Paul Firsaloni. Such a great name. Connor. Huh? So they say. Also, like
Oh, Billy right there, double.
Caffarella is a good name. Connor Wiener, an easy winner. That's 9th and 10th frame double for Billy Thomas. That'll get him in great shape headed to game 8. It's actually at 10:25 right now, which is what my total was for 8. Spare for Eddie. Sorry, 10 for Eddie. I didn't put Eddie's score in last frame. Right, 124 for Eddie Darling. Billy Thomas. 123 plus in the 9th. It's for a triple. And there's that 9 drop again. John Blaze looking to save this game. There's a break. Yeah, you do tend to see a theme with the bowlers that score well here. People get the ball in the lane early. You don't see a lot of huge lofters doing very well here. Billy spares out. Nice 152. We'll get him to 1044 through 7, which is more than enough. Spare for John Blaze is 996 and a ball. He is ahead of the pace. Tommy Osborne with a good 10th frame here can be ahead of the pace as well. Still means he needs about 140 the last game. John Blaze, 8 more to shoot 139, total of 1,004. Tommy Osborne off the side for 4. Six pinner for Jesus. One of those lines I've just been waiting to say on Duck Pins Forever my whole career is leaning down into my microphone and yelling, 6 pinner for Jesus. It's not a religious show, just so we're clear. $138 in the ball for Tommy. He's at 981. How about 10 more right on time of 20 bucks? Tommy finishing with 148. Total of 990. 991. I missed a pin somewhere. Oh, I put his starting set in wrong. There.
His point is 192 and a ball. Sorry, 192 and 2 balls.
Oh, really? Yeah, so that's on the left side of our screen on lane 6. Kevin Quinn just struck in the 10th frame. He's got 182 through the 9th. A strike up in the 10th. He needs 8 on 2 balls to shoot a 200. Every first ball, 9 or better, except the 9th frame where he went 6 spare. Here you go. Pink shirt, left side of your screen is Kevin Quinn. 8 on 2 balls for a 200. Well, there's your 8. That puts him up to 977. He has got himself all the way back into contention with a 200 in Game 7. 1 ball left to determine what the final score will be of that game. Wouldn't mind seeing him miss both of these to keep it an even number. And that is what he'll do. 200 even for Kevin Quinn. All right. And we're going to see more of Kevin Quinn when we come back. We'll be right back. Game of qualifying. 24 of 24. Expected pace goes up to 11:23. Rosaloni off the mark, open frame with an 8. David Hughes a set of 920. There's 7. He'll need about 2 a lot. Kevin Quinn 977. Rosaloni a total of 827. And Kevin Roycroft a total of 876. See if he can do it one more time. Kevin Quinn coming off a 200 game. How do you respond to this? You need about 150. He starts in the pocket, and it's a strike. Give Kevin a little bit of coffee to go with that sweet roll. David Hughes for the double. Why not, Dave? Come on. Rosaloni a 5-pin. Paul needs about 300 this game to make the cut, but he has 8 in the first, so that won't be happening. But hopefully we get a good game out of Paul here. Open frame for Dave. David will slide on by, 9 on, 9 out. Here's Kevin in the second. Kevin Quinn, high and tight in the second, leaves a 2-4-10. Pocket 9-10 for Kevin. Roycroft, there's two Kevins. Why did they do that to me?
You. They're doing that to you.
Two Kevins at the same time, bowling together.
They're doing that to you.
Yeah.
It's totally to do with you.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Kevin Quinn with the
Come on, Kevin. Give it up, kid. What have they been feeding that guy? He's probably been chowing down on some Highland slices. The pin chaser / desk monkey from Wolcott Lanes. Kevin Quinn. Could have got a sniff of shoe spray to get him motivated. David Hughes. 7 pin. Try again, Dave. Well, Paul hits the 2-pin off the cushion, slaps it around, and it does nothing. 5 on in an open frame. Wow, David misses again.
in the second game today. I think it's fair. It didn't fall in. It really good.
Nice. Kevin Roycroft. Nice ball. Kevin through the middle. 5 on. Gives him 35 in the second. Let's see if he can bring this one in. Converted that the 2-4-10 or the 3-6-7 last frame. Played the wall. Took 3 of the 5. Open frame for Kevin.
Shit out and roll.
Kevin's going to be waiting on a respot, and that is going to delay us for a minute or two. So I'll leave you with a word from these people. For those who survived the ad button, thanks for sticking around. If you have access to the YouTube chat right now, do me a favor. Tell me where you're watching from. Doesn't have to just be my living room. Give me locations like Baltimore, Connecticut, Canada, wherever you're watching from. Just let me know. Always curious to see. Put it in the comments. All right, pins have been respotted for Kevin. It's the 410 to deal with his wood ball. Wow. Almost makes them both. Kevin 5 on, 9 out. Mary checking in from Leominster, Massachusetts. Daniel South Carolina. Don't know where that is. Venice, Florida. Okay. LA Arch checking in from conservative Lower Delaware. Thanks for checking in, LA Arch. Fourth frame for David Hughes. Let's see if he can make this single. 5 pin this time. Missed the 7 pin twice. A deuce for Frosoloni. Missed another one. Frosoloni, another open frame. Third ball for Dave. Hits it this time. A 10. Third ball for Frosoloni. Just such a fun name to say. Paul Frosoloni. All right, Kevin Quinn stepping up, 4th frame. Kevin needs about 150 this game to be a lock. What we think will be a lock. 4th frame. Off the side. 4 of them. Actually takes out the bucket. Leaves the 1, 2, 4, 7 bread line plus the 8 and 10. Deuce for Kevin Roycroft. He's on a strike. That was a good spare conversion from Kevin Quinn. 9 fill for Kevin Roycroft. Baltimore, Maryland. Charlie Zombo, former DPBA member. Hanover, Pennsylvania. Been through there a time or two. We all got good pretzels and potato chips up there. Do appreciate the town of Hanover for their contributions to the world of snacks. Rolled in the Pro Tour from the late 80s until 2004 when I retired and moved to Florida. Was vice president for a few years. We'll appreciate your service to the Pro Tour, Mr. Taylor. I was still believing in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy in 2004. But I do get a little older soon. In about 7 hours. Turn the big 2-4. Was born in 00, and once we hit April 28th every year, my birthday matches the last 2 digits of the year. So we'll be 24 in 24 as of. Marco Saloni with the 10. David Hughes with the 10. There's Kevin Roycroft. Mixing them up. That's 2 strikes in a row. Rick Taylor just realized I've eaten breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Breakfast, lunch, and now dinner while watching the broadcast. It's a lot of food, but a lot of bowling. Rick, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. It is a lot of games. But appreciate the few faithful that will watch pretty much from start to finish. We do really appreciate you guys. We hope that you enjoy the product that we're putting out. Kevin almost catches a 20 box there. 9 fill on the strike. 9 fill on the spare. Gives him 63 after 4. He's just about on pace for that 150 game that he needs. Can continue to stay on that pace if he makes this single pin here. He's got the 4 pin. A little quick with the feet there. Didn't quite get the arm into the release at the right time. You know, Miles, you asked me if we take any snack breaks, and I have a great answer for that. This is actually a first for us. Highland Bowl, when we arrived yesterday, had a table set up for us already that included a welcome sign, had some burritos, some candy, lip balm for when our lips get chapped because we're talking so much, a water bottle, and some Gatorade for both me and David Hughes, plus a T-shirt. So, super classy move. We do appreciate it. The hospitality of Connecticut to the Duck Prince Forever crew has been quite fantastic. Johnson's was also an excellent host for us last year, and we'll be going back. What is that, June? Thank you. Was it against your team?
He's on my fantasy team.
Smart man. Now, is that because you like his ability or because he's cute? Is it because you like him as a baseball player or because you think he's cute? We have a lot of cute boys on our team now. Gunner, and they all look the same though.
I saw that there's a picture on Facebook that had all of them. I was like, right?
And guess what? If one of them plays well and then they all play well, I don't care. I'll take 9 of them.
I'm just going to player on my bench, so that's nice.
Mm-hmm. The excitement of Game 8. You see someone off to our right. That's Tommy Osborne pushing for the cut. He needs a couple more marks. He's got 4 frames to go, including this one. He's just broke 9 on a strike. He's got a 2-pin. Tommy looking to bring it in, and he will. Tommy scores 1087 through the 7th frame, and he has a spare up. Kevin Quinn off the side for 7. Kevin Quinn looking to hold pins here. He's 8 down so far. This is his 3rd ball. Takes them both. Every pin matters. Kevin at 82 through 6. He's got time. Does he know that?
No, probably not. Because he's two in his head.
It's about the worst thing he could be right now.
Would you like to bowl for me the last frame?
No.
Pretty please? Wow. 30 cents. So, what does Duck Pins Forever project the cut to be?
We had projected 1123.
You're kidding.
You think it's that high?
No, I haven't looked at any numbers.
Might be higher. Cut. Had projected 1123. That's the number I've been working towards this whole shift.
I'm thinking it should be like Southwest, man.
Where you just
Well,
climb your way through.
I didn't sneak in at that point, but yeah. If I sneak in, sure.
Wood ball for David, $10. Five, 7, 10 for Kevin Quinn in the 7th. Ref scratching his head on that one. Open frame. Eighth frame for David Hughes. We got 3 to go. One at a time. One at a time, dude. Not done yet. One at a time. Corsoloni in the 8th. He's on a spare. 6 count. Yay, Dave. Okay. Open frame for Paul.
Give me the cup on so I can mark out.
He's acting like he's toast. He's not toast yet. Needs one mark at a time. And if Kevin goes back and listens to this later, you gotta learn to compartmentalize the panic right now, and you gotta put your big boy pants on and throw one good ball at a time. You did it last game. You can do it again. Just gotta relax. All right, makeable. Put it on the front one, drive it back. Night out for Kevin. And night out for other Kevin. All right, 2 frames to go. 238 frames of qualifying down, 2 to go. Is, especially when you've sat or bowled in all of them. Spoken for or bowled in all of them. Call for Saloni. Leaves the soup in. David Hughes is on a spare. $5-7 for David Hughes. Huh? 26. Eight off the deck for Kevin. Roycroft. Kevin Quinn almost in a must-strike situation here. If he doesn't strike, he has to spare. And then he's going to need a double in the 10th. Through the middle. Open frame for Kevin is a 9. Gonna be an open frame for Kevin Quinn as well. That is going to be the end of his day. He's going to fall a little short. And John Blaze has just shot a 200. Off to our left. That strike right there just got him over 200. I didn't even notice. That's a 5-bagger. Strikes in 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Gets him over 1,200 in the process. He has 203 in a ball, which means if he keeps this one on the lane and hits anything, he's also going to have the high game of the tournament. Which means I'm not winning overall high game for game 8. I had 175. That ain't going to win. No way. John Blaze, the Candlepin bowler, 211 to get to 12-15. Great game, Squall. $10.30 for David Hughes. $9.52 for Mr. Frosaloni. And a re-entry ball for Kevin Roycroft. We'll cue it up for the replay. Nice pitch. Automatic for Kevin Quinn. Oh, great. Kevin Quinn for the double. Not there. Kevin Roycroft for the triple? No. How about the 26 box? Finishes with 127, gets to 1,000. 1,003. He seems excited about that. Kevin Quinn, 19 in the 10th to get to 1102. All right, everybody. We have made it through all 24 games of qualifying. Let's turn this back around before my mic dies. Hey, that's me. We've made it through all 24 games qualifying. Thank you. For those that watched them all, thanks for sticking it out. Now, we don't have the final results yet. You can check for those on the Men's Pro Tour Facebook page. We may share them on Duck Pins Forever's Facebook page as well. But you can join us back here again, 9:30 tomorrow. Oh, here you come. You can do the closeout?
I want to talk about it.
All right. David and his 10:30. We'll see you at 9:30. Right? David and his 10:30. We'll see you at 9:30. 9:30 right here at this desk on this channel. Duck Pins Forever. We'll see you then. In the meantime, we're going to get out of here. Peace.